Open Coffee Bunny Café.
Hey,
Brought to you
First
by
bit of glory.
And Cat. Look at that. She continues to keep the bookshelves up. We welcome you to join us as we craft, crochet, no promises today. Eat bagels, maybe, could happen.
I don't hang out. Well, actually, I do have bagels, but I'm not getting them out of the freezer.
Right? Drink coffee, oh, definitely. Play games. Welcome to our chaos.
Special thanks to Project Shadow for the use of Song Pink.
Woo!
I realize how good I'm doing today in that I was ad-libbing along with y'all and like going, no, I'm getting no responses whatsoever, and then
You
realized
could have unmuted.
apparently I clicked wrong and did not unmute.
Oh.
I thought I had unmuted and hadn't, and then I'm like, okay, I'm just not funny today. Maybe I should not talk. And I was like, oh, mute. Wait, why are you? I'm fine.
Should I just start unmuting everybody during the brought to you by part? I'm just going to unmute everybody manually, and it's just we'll truly have welcome to the chaos. I can make these things happen, y'all.
Welcome to the chaos.
I have a clicky button.
And a present button that doesn't work well.
Yes, I noticed that yesterday. I've already had. Anyway.
So I was showing off a picture during the stream yesterday, and it just started blinking wildly. And I
was like, what is Charlie doing? And it wasn't Charlie.
I thought all they did was a cosmetic change where they changed the name of it. Apparently they changed something else too. Like some of the
I thought it was a cosmetic change at first as well.
But no, apparently sharing is no longer caring because it's presenting now. Not that I'm bitter.
I sent them a tweet if anyone wants to like it to reinforce the message behind my tweet. Why did you do this to us?
Immediately goes to find your thing. I have strong opinions about this now.
So,
your tweets about you.
In my procrastinativity this morning, I loaded TikTok because there's no better way to procrastinate than TikTok, and realized that either I'm a big dum-dum or I can finally see something. I saw the reshare button and went, oh god, people are going to hate my TikTok, but it will have content now. Because previously when I clicked it, I remember it loading up a thing for me to like add something in or duet or whatever, and it didn't. It just let me reshare. So either I'm an old who just figured out, oh, basic functionality, which is probably what it is. But dear God, I'm sorry to everyone who followed me. The hotness will be real.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, Laura?
I caught up on work.
Cool.
So I ran away from my computer. I took a quick shower. It wasn't that quick. I dematted my hair. It's finally done again for the first time in a week and a half.
I only got halfway last night with my hair. So I admire you. Tip of my hat, ma'am.
It took almost all of my leave-in conditioner.
Yeah, that feels right. Yeah.
It's done.
I need to ask my niece the name of the brand of detangler that she uses because it is truly a witch's brew. It's local, so I don't know if I can even get it online because she gets it from this like boutique shop in Pennsylvania. But you just spray it on your hair and just run a brush through, and all of the tangles just whoop undone. They're magic, and I want this should be nationwide. Everyone should have it.
I agree. That would be lovely to have something that exists like that.
Because she was like, "Oh, you got thick hair too. This will be fine. Here, spray, spray, spray. Here, just brush your hair out." Wait, what? How is there no pain? How has it not gotten caught in anything? Did the elves forget to knot my hair?
Laura, did you like my message that I sent you
Yes.
about candy? I don't like the reviews on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Like either stuff is melted or it's stale. I'm like, no, I don't want it stale. Or like within a month of its expiration date, and you're like, excuse you?
Although to be fair, you wouldn't let it last a month.
To be
I
fair,
wouldn't. But like the person said, like
To be fair.
it wasn't very. Within the month, like candy does start to change a little bit. I'm like, that don't sound pleasant. I want the caramel.
So, Laura, just because I've been on Art Breeder for the last couple of days trying to get it to make a certain image, I feel obligated to let you know. If you run out of ideas to write for horror stories, just go to Art Breeder and type in the word fairy.
Yeah.
It
I
will
concur
create
with this assessment.
all kinds of Cthulhuid monsters that have somehow transitioned to our world from a weird metaverse where Pablo Picasso and Van Gogh were God. And I have seen things that have literally given me nightmares. And I didn't think anything could give me a nightmare anymore. But no, Art Breeder found a way, and it's Art Breeder Fairies. Why are so many of them holding their own wings?
Like detached.
Yes. Like, the wings are never where you expect them to be. Sometimes they're being attacked by their own wings. Sometimes they're being attacked by their own wings, and there's a weird red substance there that might be blood. Like, I don't know where it's getting its initial pictures of fairies from, but I'm thinking it's from a gothic artist who really hates fairies and who just drew a bunch of dead, murdered, and mutilated ones. And it's like, that must be what fairies look like. No.
Roy, you already had two.
How
It's
dare
like,
you
but
think
Mom,
2
there's
treats
more there.
are enough for
I
a
can
tiny
fit
dog?
it in my belly. It's okay.
The smaller the dog, the more the treats. Do you not understand the inverse proportion that exists in this universe?
I see.
Tiny dog, whole bag of treats. Big dog, 1 treat. The treat is the bag. I love
My
how we
turn
all
on Art Breeder came up, and she's got 3 legs, and I don't know what is going on with these arms, but that is haunting.
Oh, they so often have like tentacle arms or like weird squid hands. Like, I don't know why their hands are made out of cephalopods, but their hands are made out of cephalopods. Like, I
For a
don't.
second, I thought you said their hands were made out of jalapenos, and I'm like, that actually sounds pretty cool. Like, jalapeno hands.
It would be much better than any of the things that they've been doing.
That is better than any fairy I've managed to get.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah,
what-
why does she have so many legs?
Yes, but
And
what?
also notice the hands, the arms at the elbow. Like, what is happening? Why is your dress consuming your arm?
Like, they're eating her. Her
Yeah.
dress is eating her alive. It's one
Yeah,
of
this
those,
is
like,
some weird. That's some haunting stuff,
don't wear the pitcher plant, honey. Don't wear the pitcher plant.
right? It's gonna consume you.
Because even the pretty ones, there's something about them that is just so unnervingly disturbing. Like
Also, why the extra leg? I just and the knee going in the other direction.
my personal favorite is it's been making a lot of the Corinthians like extended family lately. And I'm
Uh-huh.
like, why do their eyes have teeth? Why are there teeth in their eyes? Why? Why why?
Yeah.
Like one Corinthian is enough, thank you. Like why are all of these eh.
But like I feel like my head canon is that the art breeder AI was fed every issue cover from Neil Gaiman's DC productions. I can't remember his name, the artist who does almost
Yoshitaka
all. What
Yoshitaka Amano.
is that? Oh, I thought it was like some guy in England, but yeah, sure.
Well, all of the early
I'll be right back. I have to
Sandmans,
go
all
get
of
my
the really great
laundry. It
Sandmans
might be
were done
2
by
trips. It might be 1. We'll
But
find out.
just all of it's like disturbia kind of vibe, and I just that's my headcanon about the art breeder AIs. It was fed every Neil Gaiman comic book cover ever.
I feel like they're all like the developers are secret Matt Mahurin fans, and they have created an AI that accidentally makes everyone make Matt Mahurin paintings, whether they want to or not. Because the fun thing is, if you type in the style of Matt Mahurin, it will create a painting that you can't believe he didn't make. Like it knows his art style better than any other artist I have put in the style of. So, yeah, that's. I mean, good for me because I like a lot of dark and disturbing imagery, and I've been making a lot of dark and disturbing imagery for the stories with it. But I don't think that's what most people want.
Hello, CB. Hello, Spence.
Also, to my surprise, it knew Michael Whalen when I did in the style of Michael Whalen
Mm.
and created
Yeah.
wonderfully macabre images. Spats! How is the tater? How is the tot? How is the pizza demon? How is the mister? Have any of you ever slept? So many questions.
Like, when will the Spences get to sleep again?
Yes. Like a lot of them are.
Mm-hmm.
At least 10 years.
Because see, given the age gap between the pizza demon and the tater and tot, like by the time tater and tot are sleeping on their own, pizza demon will be a full-blown teenager and give me
Mhm.
other reasons to not want to sleep because teenager.
Plus, teenagers tend to listen to their music up loud. Oh, but not at night. Well, sometimes at night. It just depends on the teenager.
Our neighbors tried to get into a music who can play their music louder contest, and the problem is the weird like countrified southern rock thing that they were blasting can never get louder than my black metal. Like, just based off the compression rates for the music itself, like my black metal will always be louder than your countrified southern rock. If you want to play this game, I can play it. There'll just be a lot of zeal and ardor coming your way. Like it'll be fine. Wow. See, I always say that Pizza Demon is a miracle child, but
Pizza Demon is a miracle child.
that is magic. That is more proof that that child is Fae.
So this really cool person made a whole bunch more Halloween themed timers. So I figured we do Halloween themed timers.
Ooh, that weird person, dude.
Well, the most amazing person I know in Canada, probably.
Yeah, lunatic.
So many timers, particularly a bunch of 30-minute timers, which is awesome. So I was thinking,
like a flirty car alarm. It was like, "Hey, the car." It just
Oh, could you hear the car alarm out my
yeah,
window?
Megan
Yeah.
is
Oh,
surrounded
that's what
by
I'm surrounded by noise.
flirty car alarms and flirty planes coming in for landing.
But it was like really quick, and like usually they go on for a while. And it was just the way it was just like, "Hey," like it just had, I don't know, because it had a very wolf whistle quality to the sound that it made. See,
Oh, there it goes
See?
again.
Very wolf whistly.
Just see that reel where somebody uses a key fob, a car key fob, and their cat goes.
No, that might break me. Okay, I fell down a rabbit hole on TikTok this morning where people were twerking to the Sisters of Mercy. And one, wow, you can actually do that. And two, why are you doing that? Just why?
I assume you can twerk to anything.
Yes, but
given the right booty,
it's
you can
the combination of lyrics and what you're seeing on the screen that is just mind shattering, though. Like, just. I hear the sons of the city and dispossessed with a big, like, beautiful booty. Just shake it right to the rhythm of the beat in the background. Like, yes, give me all of your politics with twerking. Yes, I'm here for this. Let's do the sad "Oh I Miss California" song, but with all of the twerking. Yes, thank you.
Noah says he's so tired, his skin hurts.
I know that feeling.
That is a level of tired.
My favorite thing is once you get just a little bit past that, like each follicle of hair starts burning.
We don't want it to get to that.
I'm just saying, if you start feeling a weird itching sensation on your head, rent a hotel room. Find a reasonable adult that you trust with the chillins, and just find a hotel room and sleep.
Lock self in bathroom with blanket in bathtub.
You're muted, Megan.
You did.
I was gonna say, oh man, hi, bookish obsession.
What happened this
They
time?
said today's episode of A Child is Gonna Make Me Lose It. Sounds like something interesting happened.
I have to say, that should be a podcast. That is a perfect title for a podcast. You would get so many people going, yes, I'm going to listen to this now. No matter what the content was, like the initial click-through rate on a podcast with the title of
Today's episode of This Child's Gonna Make Me Lose It.
like, that's
I
marketing.
bet I could just ask my sisters for a bunch of random ass stories.
You would probably be having people clamor to come on for an episode and tell you about how this child tried to make me lose it. Like,
Oh,
and it
man.
can be just to any child.
That one day that my niece was walking around, and if you got close enough, you could hear what she was saying. She was saying off with their head
My 5-year-old nephew,
under her breath all day.
once
And no
upon
one
a
else knew what she was saying until I was like, guys, you do know what she's saying. They're like, what? I'm like, off with their heads. And you're like, what? And then they move closer. They're like, oh my God. Are we going to be okay?
once upon a time, my 5-year-old nephew stole my sister's car.
Oh, there.
The cop really didn't know what to do when he finally got him to pull over because one could not figure out how he didn't crash because somehow he couldn't see anything because he was literally pushing the pedals with his feet and his hands could barely reach the wheel. Like small child in a car did not hit anything and was driving rather well, apparently, like slowly but well. And the cop was so confused, angry, but confused. This is the same nephew who would eventually get trapped in a cult and then abandoned in China because they couldn't deal with his nonsense anymore.
It started young.
Oh yeah. He was a bundle of mischief. I feel the same way. Sorry. Don't talk back to the dog.
And you feel that. That just sort of, how dare. Spence says the pizza demon developed object permanence and decided that every 45 minutes was too long to go without being held. So after 5 nights and calling Josh every other name but his own, the Ferber method was invoked, and he never had a problem sleeping after that.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
It works really well. I mean, I still do that to this day.
Mhm. Well, I think ads are about to start, so how about we do a little sprinty sprint?
Sure.
Okay. I should get coffee.
Yes, that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get coffee. This is a Mazda plan. All right, see y'all on the other side. Beep, 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 beep. Beep,
Beep.
beep, 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 beep.
Me just in the corner. Beep.
How did everybody's sprint go?
Got my
It was pretty good. I was reading and I made myself a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a full cup. Let's see, it's lemon lavender, I think. Oh, it does.
If you spoke, you're muted.
Oh. I was watching more of a YouTube video. It's 6 hours long, so it's good.
Wow.
That's a long video.
What kind of YouTube video?
The deepest YouTube iceberg explained director's cut.
Okay.
I am 59 minutes and 44 seconds in. And we're still on the tip of the iceberg.
Well then, I made coffee and I also poured my apple cider vinegar, which I obviously have not taken yet. And I did meds, morning, vitals and things, and started spontaneously singing Somebody to Love by Queen. So, of course, I pulled up the official Queen lyric video because I could not entirely remember all the lyrics. So, might as well sing with Freddie Mercury while I check my blood sugar and everything. So, it went well, I think. A little serenade, a little duet with Freddie. Good times, y'all. Good times.
I have
So-
many books.
How I can't remember how I've just been going down YouTube rabbit holes, but somehow I got onto this video that was like I recut the entire Naruto series, so Naruto and Shippuden, for my girlfriend to take out all the filler episodes, all the stupid flashbacks, and the repeat shots. It's literally half as long as the original show.
There was so much filler.
There was. And so, I stayed up till 3 in the morning watching the first 2 parts of their cut.
Is there a playlist you can send to me?
It's a Google Drive, actually.
Oh. Is there a link you can send to me?
Can you share that?
Yeah.
Let's see. CB got 584 words. Excellent.
Nice.
And the Spences fed the babies. 1 potato is baked and done. one left. 1 potato left. Bacon dude. And then I don't know. Season a little. I'm not sure what. Yeah. So. Y'all just don't know how much I wish I lived in Michigan. This is the first time in my life I wish I lived in Michigan.
Right?
Like, my parents fought hard to escape Michigan. And I'm like, I want to go back and hold babies.
You can come, find a way to come visit. Tom can do delivery.
I know. I want to hold babies.
I'm not saying that I've started wondering if there's any way I could convince them that I should definitely be on a lecture tour. That I could very specifically pick towns that should be on it for surreptitious reasons.
When here. When here.
You have babies I can hold, I will come and lecture there. Just want to hold some babies.
Exactly. We can open a coffee shop with Brian.
In the most
told him about that,
conservative
by the way.
town in all of Michigan.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't open it where
They're going to light that coffee shop on fire.
I told Brian about your plans, and he actually started making, then we would have to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, maybe this might happen.
Cat would be.
That's like, I will also move to the most conservative town in Michigan, and we will start a liberal commune.
Just
What
saying,
could go wrong?
It can be in a neighboring town.
his reaction was unexpected. I expected it to be like never again, or like to start waxing eloquently about restaurants as he does. But no, he just was like, "Oh, well, we would have to this and then that and then this and then that." I'm like, "It sounds like you're making plans." He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I have something to cook in here. Bye."
I put it in the private chat, Cat.
I mean, in fairness, though, I could do the books.
You don't know how happy that would make him.
I've been a bookkeeper for
Sends a message
decades.
to him. Hey, Glory could
And
do
as
the
long
books
as nobody's
for our coffee
upset
shop.
that I like to tie up stuffed animals with ribbon during tax season, which is how I cope with tax season, is I do shibari on a lot of stuffed animals. So everybody has to like yard sale for stuffed animals all year, and I keep them in clear totes. And then for the 6
We
weeks
all
of
just
tax
ship them to
season-
you.
Yeah, and for the 6 weeks of tax season, I just anytime I'm not doing taxes, I'm like doing shibari on little stuffed animals. But it makes me happy, and I cope. That is. Or you could get me human options. I don't have to have stuffed animals. They just have to be very patient and not talk to me. Like a proper subby. Don't talk. I'm busy doing rope.
Thank you.
Some scissor sounds very conservative, but very friendly to communes, actually. Oh, wait till we infiltrate their university.
They're very religious university, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm saying that's what I need. Like, I'll take either stuffed animals or subbies. But I prefer the no-talkie subbies.
So stuffed animals.
Yeah. There are some subbies who don't talk. Like, they really are actually good at that. They don't require a gag. But I find it's best to just be very clear.
You can keep goats and chickens in your house next to the school and the bank?
Wow. Because, like, even in my town here in South Mississippi, it is illegal to have chickens in the city limits. So, yeah, don't get me started on goats. It is very illegal to have livestock inside the city limits in your residential home. And yes, the police will come and like spend all day getting chickens out from under the crawl space under your house and impound the chickens.
I hate to say it, and I really hate to say it this way, but is it like Philadelphia illegal or really illegal?
If no one can see the chickens or hear the goats from the street, you're okay. But good luck keeping them silent. So for many years, somebody had a gorgeous rooster. Gorgeous. And in the side of the city limits. And I knew that they had him because occasionally he would get out and just stand on the street corner watching everybody. He was so beautiful, and he had the longest tail feathers. I asked them to measure the tail feathers, and they only had a 6-foot measure, and they're like, it's like a foot longer, so maybe 7 feet. He had 7 feet long tail feathers. He was gorgeous. And so anytime I saw him as I would drive by, I would then have to message my then husband. I just saw the world's most beautiful cock. And sometimes if like there wasn't any traffic, I would actually stop and take a picture and send it to him of the world's most beautiful cock. You'll never measure up. I did send that to I can't imagine why he's my ex-husband now. But I mean, this
I know
bird.
somebody that got a
No.
tattoo on their arm that said any cock will do. Of a rooster.
This was
And then they're like, wait, maybe that's why he divorced me.
I asked them what kind of, like, eventually they had a yard sale. And I was like, yay. Now I can talk to them. Tell me about your beautiful cock that occasionally escapes. And they're like, yes, he escapes. He just likes to watch the traffic, but and he did not crow hardly at all. And none of the neighbors complained, so the police did not come to get him. And he died of old age. Like, he was like 13 years old, y'all. He was
Oh,
a
wow.
13-year-old rooster. He died of old age. And I asked, do you know what kind of breed he was? I was curious, and I looked it up, and it was this French breed that they lay copper eggs. I mean,
Ooh.
everything about this bird is beautiful. And I am not I'm only a little bit of a bird person. Tom is a real bird person. I'm not that much into birds. I'm a little bit into birds. But y'all, these chickens, I get it. They're gorgeous. And also copper colored eggs. Like, and when I say copper, they're practically metallic looking. They are beautiful. The French had lots of opinions about chicken breeding for a solid millennia. The French also bred another chicken called a Diable, and it really does look like a devil chicken. And it's like, it actually has these little feathers that look like horns, and it's all black chicken. It's solid. Like, even its legs are black, its beak is black, the whole thing is black. I'm like, that is a chicken that's going to sneak up on you in the night. And then it turns out the French actually have several different chickens that are called devil chickens. And it's because some of them are red, some of them are black, but they're all meant to look devilish. And I'm like, what is up with the French breeding chickens to look devilish?
It's to scare off invaders.
I know, seriously. So, yes, I have opinions about chickens, even though I'm not that into birds, but I'm a little bit into birds because chicken people have opinions about chicken. And then they do all sorts of cool breeding things. So that's cool.
We had barred rocks, buff Orpingtons, and blood reds.
Very nice.
We only had like 6 at a time.
If it wasn't for all the cats and foxes and stuff around here, I would love to have chickens.
Well, you can get them entirely penned in systems, so they can run around, and they've got like little arenas. They can.
Everyone in the neighborhood who has tried to raise chickens has lost them to foxes. And I've seen some of the elaborate murder contraptions that they have purchased. Like, I'm pretty sure one of them had like a weird guillotine on the outside of the chicken wire that was like tripwired to like destroy anything trying to get through it. And the foxes found a way through that as well.
I mean, foxes are very smart.
Oh yeah, and we have the eagles.
Yeah. Although around here, the eagles mostly pick off feral cats. So
I guess they mostly pick up children.
apparently they love the taste of,
According to urban legend, in the 1960s, there was a rash of eagles trying to take children not too far away, just over the border in Illinois.
So ads started. So I will again mention, for perpetuity, the monkey-eating eagles that when they sold off and killed off all the monkeys, started picking off little human toddler children in the next village over.
Wow.
I feel like the eagles made their point clear. And that village tried everything, including making covered walkways for the entire village, by the way. And the eagles just learned they could rip the roofs off of the covered walkways to get to the toddlers because they could hear the toddlers.
Yeah.
And so the only alternative was for the village to start a monkey breeding program. So then the village was overrun with horny monkeys and well-fed eagles. And, the toddlers stopped being carried away to nests. So that was great. And then they just had a horny monkey problem.
I wish I had $175,000, Spence.
That's great.
What's
If I had the
wrong?
money, I would just move there.
So I was reading a couple weeks ago that a third of all residential properties in America are owned by corporations, and they're empty
I'm surprised it's not higher.
because it's used as a way to launder money.
Oh, I live in a county that has a population of around 40K, like 40,000 people in the entire county. We have so many office buildings. Just complete, like they keep putting in office parks around here, and none of them have anything in them because, again, I live in a county with 40,000 people total.
I know my tri county area is actually way bigger than yours, Charlie, and it's Mississippi, and we have way less people in the entire state than your state has.
But they keep putting in the office buildings, and it's just for the tax write-offs or to, I have a feeling, launder money.
Yeah, it's for money laundering purposes. It's because art is more difficult to launder money now. There's more auditing systems set up to audit art. Art is traditionally the way wealthy people and now corporations launder money. Oh,
Ooh,
dance party.
No,
dance party.
It is time for the dance party. All right.
If this is the house that Spence was talking about, it's a really nice house.
So what's wrong with it? Who died there?
Oh,
For that price.
you can fix that stuff. You just help people move on to the next world. It's fine.
I have 3 houses.
Okay,
Here's that much.
I can, like, they redid it, like, the downstairs. The rest of it's, like, it might need some fixing up, and they just put paint on.
All right. Is everybody ready to dance?
Yes, I'm ready.
Get your blood pumping.
I'm tagging in my pet land shark because
All right.
just
I have unmuted it. I remember this time.
Mingo's excited to get some yummy crab.
Very nice.
Puppeteering is a weird workout for your shoulders.
Mm-hmm. You feel it.
Feeling a lot of little muscles that I haven't felt in a while.
Yep. Look at exercise. Thanks for redeeming the dance break.
Yes, that was fun.
Very fun. Good
I
stuff.
just can't wait till I can do that with the emotional support demon. I do feel like once the emotional support demon arrives, my Instagram will be nothing but me doing weird posing of Mango the land shark and the emotional support demon, like having tea, doing things like I'll be like one of those obnoxious pet owners that builds sets and buys costumes for their pets, but it's just gonna be me and these two plushies. We tell the story of Mango and the emotional support demon.
If you go to Michigan, you can do the family pictures.
I would love to do family portraits.
It moved.
I don't know why. Yeah, you don't tan. I don't tan either. What? Oh dear. Oh
You
no.
don't have a time frame on those?
I don't know how to set those things up, Kat, if you don't teach me.
I guess we'll have to do that later.
Eva's like, I thought there was a buffer time on them. I was testing it.
Of course you were testing.
Sure, just testing.
Where is it, Kat? You show.
So where are you going to make the thing?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Okay.
The viewer reward.
Hold on, I have to open mine.
Channel points.
Yes.
Manage rewards and challenges. Okay.
Spence, I don't remember which one I was looking at. Give me a minute. Hold on. You're gonna click on edit. You're gonna find the one you want, and then click edit. And then at the bottom of the little window, you can select time limits.
Oh, I see cooldown limits. I did not see that
You can
there.
also limit how many times per stream.
Yeah. Spence, let me. I'm scrolling. Yes, Spence, that is the one that I looked at.
All right. I swear to you, when I set it up, I did not see that. Maybe I just didn't scroll far enough.
Also, I'm like this weird person who I just really like looking at houses.
I do it too. I like going house shopping, and I'll look for my perfect writer's cottage. Ooh.
Not enough bathrooms.
That's what the next one is in the list.
Oh. This one's way more expensive, but I like it. It's got a nice kitchen. And some roaches.
Charlie. we go.
Woo.
Got that one. All right.
And
Well, I would definitely say we got some blood moving. What'd you say, Charlie?
I said, and that's how I become a disco ball.
Yep. Very nice.
The problem is, given the delays, even though everything was synced to the music on my side, I have no idea if it was anywhere else.
Yeah, it was. It looks synced to me.
Disco is not dead. Disco is life.
Mm-hmm. I know it's still alive and doing well in Europe.
Well, disco basically became garage music.
Mm-hmm.
Garage is how my grandpa says garage.
How your grandpa says what?
Garage.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, I feel like you have to pronounce it in the British style because garage music in America means something very different from garage music in Britain. Because when you think like of a garage band, you're thinking of like kids with their guitars annoying the neighbors, whereas garage is, ravers annoying everyone.
I thought you said dirge music, not garage. Y'all know I have auditory dyslexia.
I'm just trying to figure out how to distinguish between two genres that have the exact same name, but at least in their nation of origin are pronounced differently.
Fair. That felt good. My neck popped. Got the dancing loosened it up.
Because you can't really call it like rave music because we use more EBM for rave music over here, and EBM and garage are very different. So choir
Potato.
choir just did a big ABBA thing. They got a whole bunch of people together to sing Mamma Mia.
I have been known to occasionally watch Mamma Mia in the middle of the night just to sing along.
It's a trash movie, but it's so much fun.
It is absolute trash, but I'm just there for the sing along factor. Like
The sing along and the chemistry between the older members of the cast. Because I don't think the younger members of the cast have all that much chemistry with each other. Like, I don't believe that they're going to get married. I don't believe that they care about each other. Not at all. But like Colin Firth and everyone else.
I was very impressed with the chemistry between the three older male actors with each other. Like, I was ready for them to, all three of them, to sail off into the Greek sunset. And, discover their love for each other.
Like, it needs to be a period piece, like a Jane Austen style, or maybe a little bit later in the Edwardian period of like Colin Firth and Pierce Brosnan falling in love and building their little cottagecore life together. Like, do you know how much I would pay to see this movie? Like, if I was a eccentric billionaire, I would be funding the making of it right now.
I have just realized that I have an unmet desire to see Pierce Brosnan in breeches.
Right?
Tight. Like Prince Albert tight breeches. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you've missed out on how Albert romanced Victoria. Oh, yeah. He wore white leather breeches so tight he could not sit. For the first time he was ever going to be introduced to her at a party. Like, because I guess he had done some research, gossip, and found out that she was, a horny teenager and very heterosexual. And so, he wanted this. This was the best he was ever going to get, and so he had commissioned these incredibly tight kid leather breeches. So tight. Apparently, it was obvious at the party whether he was circumcised or not. Which apparently young Victoria was like, hello. Yeah, who's that guy in the corner by the punch bowl? Yeah. And yeah, that is how he got her attention.
She liked them skinny jeans, yo.
Yes, she did. She was like, this guy. He had to stand in a carriage the whole way to the party. He could not sit, y'all. That is how tight he got them. So because she was into thick man thighs, and he wanted to show that he had quite a selection, and it worked. She pursued him quite quickly against everyone else's advice.
The moral of
She
the
was
story
like,
is,
whatever.
so the moral of the story is the ending of Grease is wrong, and the wrong person got sewn into the pants.
And just say, and this is true, okay? Like, this is literally, if you don't believe me, try watching the live action Horrible Histories. They actually go into this of how horny Queen Victoria was her whole life. She very much had a serious sex drive. And I mean, good for her. You know, if
She
you're
had
going
so many
to,
boyfriends.
she had very controversial boyfriends after Albert, because it turned out she liked them swarthy, and this was a concern for like the entire racist country of her empire. But yeah, and she was like, "I'm a queen. I can do what I want. Go away. I'm not marrying him, so I can do what I want. Go away." And everyone was like, eh. Yeah.
I do love how they tried to like make it seem sweet and romantic. And what was that movie, Mrs. Brown?
Yeah.
With all the names that just shot out of my head. It was Connolly and Dench. It's so sweet. She just liked herself a Scottish man. Oh no, she didn't just like herself a Scottish man. Like, servants had to go to the other wings of the house because of the noise.
Of the noise. She was a very loud and
Loud lady.
expressive woman.
Very exuberant.
No
Just
one had ever told her
at
to
all.
be quiet.
That's how she could be so reserved in public, I swear. Like, she just got it all out on whatever man she was tormenting, and then how
Like,
show me
like she definitely put several men's hips in danger, apparently. Like, if she was going to have a more intimate romance with a man, she would also get him a doctor who would be like essentially examining him every month to make sure that he wasn't like permanently injured at all. Like, and when asked why do you get these men doctors, she's like, well, I would do that for any stud in my stable. So I am just like, what a woman. What a woman.
I feel like she is the actual reason why like table legs had to be covered, because she was like, thighs.
Yes, she was a very virile woman her whole life. All those children were earned that she bore. So yeah, and in fact, like, yeah, it just it that drive of hers never ended.
The Victorian era is such a sweet, amazing period of paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Because like visually it is so reserved and genteel, and then you like read people's diaries from the Victorian period and go, oh my.
These people were so horny.
Maybe you didn't have enough petticoats on your tables.
All of them. They were just absolutely randy all the time. And they were like, oh, if only I could be less randy. So I could focus on good things, but instead, this is all I want to do.
Just peak allosexuality all the time.
Mm-hmm. It was fascinating. And on that lovely note, how about we do another sprinty sprint?
I think
Sure.
Brian just got home.
Is that with the door, the dramatic door?
Well, I heard
That was
something-
my door.
Oh, okay.
The boyfriend just brought me snacks.
Mm.
So if he is home, I'm gonna disappear during this sprint.
Okay. All right, y'all. Good luck.
Beep 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 beep.
Beep, beep, beep. In the last moment, I totally lost focus.
It happens.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry I disappeared earlier. Caitlin needed me.
Let's see.
Friendship literally called.
I'm glad you answered. It's important.
I had to help her pick out clothes via video call.
What was it for? Like,
Her family does a girls' weekend, and they used to do it like Mother's Day weekend, but they moved it to this weekend.
oh, fun.
And her mom told her she needed a nice outfit, but nothing beyond just nice outfit.
Ah,
That can mean so many things.
It can mean a lot. Yeah.
So we hope we got an outfit that would be appropriate.
Good. I need to tell y'all about something in my research that I found out. So there I was in the middle of last night, literally the middle of the night, searching for toilet bowl cleaners. Don't ask. Okay, all right, I'll tell you. So I recently found out that bleach is a hormone disruptor and that it's recommended if you have PCOS, like I do, that you avoid as much contact as possible with hormone disruptors, which means, really reduce any perfumes like that are not necessary. So laundry perfumes and cleanser perfumes, but also I found out other things also because apparently almost all perfumes in the 21st century contain PFAS, which are forever chemicals that have now been proven to cause liver cancer in humans. So not just for PCOS people, I'm just saying, like, you live your life, but just so you know, I don't want any of you to die of liver cancer. I'm just saying. So anyway, but I also found out in my research that bleach, like chlorine bleach, is also a hormone disruptor, and I did not know that. And I'm like, how did nobody has said it? Not at any of the PCOS meetups I've ever been to in my whole life has anybody been, hey, by the way, what do y'all think about all this? So anyway. So I was like, okay, what could I use to clean out my toilet bowl that essentially is not real bad for me and or possibly Tom, since, forever chemicals as well as, men don't need hormone disruptors either. Because if you mess with testosterone in a man, weird things happen. Like, and growing breasts is the least of their troubles. I'm just gonna say. So I was looking up, and one of the very first hits for homemade toilet bowl cleansers was bobvila.com, which God bless Bob Vila. He is still out there doing the work. And he's like, okay. And, at first I thought like his very detailed article about, he was recommending, that of course you're essentially using baking soda.
Mm-hmm.
And then using a strong vinegar, like a 20% vinegar, like that I use. I use Susig because it's so cheap and it's available at Asian grocery stores, even though it's German. Just want to point that out. It's German. Anyway, but I use it, and I was like, oh, I could use that. And he's like, you should really wear gloves. And I'm like, really, Bob? I think you're being a little overly cautious, but okay. I mean, yes, don't
No,
forget
you should wear gloves.
people. So, and then he's like, also, and I read the whole article. At the very end of the article, he's also like, and be careful about using any vinegar around hydrogen peroxide because you can, if you mix the two, even in a toilet bowl, it will make peracetic acid. And I'm like, wait, what? I thought I, as a writer, knew how to make all the poison gases. But I just want y'all to know. And I just thought, oh, well, good to know, because, hydrogen peroxide is something in a lot of people's bathrooms. Not normally for necessarily even toilet bowl cleaning.
I have used peroxide to clean the toilet.
So there, yes, but I mean, you can use it for that. And it did not occur to me, like, you might accidentally make poison gases. Like, but if you inhale peracetic acid, it can actually cause all sorts of upper respiratory issues. Because it will go pretty far down your bronchial tubes if you inhale it. So it is a concern, especially like if your bathroom is like mine and it doesn't have any outside windows. That is the place we go to in a tornado because it has no exterior windows. So, and I was just like, oh, okay. And then I go back to my search because I just was curious about what are some options I have for homemade toilet bowl cleansers. Very next article I click on is Southern Living. Y'all, I'm going to tell you now, Southern Living has gone downhill. They used to be a wonderful, very trusted resource. And then these bitches, the recipe is literally to mix vinegar and hydrogen peroxide in a cup. And there is no warning about it becoming peracetic acid or that you should absolutely not inhale this, let alone wear goggles to protect your eyesight if you don't have glasses. And so on, and I'm like, fuck this. So excuse my cursing, but I want to warn you all, please be careful about, don't mix vinegar, even the regular white vinegar that's only like 4.5% acid. Don't mix vinegar and hydrogen peroxide. You don't want to breathe that in. It bad. It real bad. Also, it will dissolve metal. And they're literally telling people to mix it with a spoon, and there's no reference to only use a wooden spoon because it'll dissolve metal.
Wow.
Peracetic acid will dissolve metal. And I looked it up just to make sure, like maybe Bavila was like a little overly cautious. Oh no, even the Wikipedia article about peracetic acid mentions it dissolves and weakens metal.
Wow.
Which I think would be a concern.
Yeah.
Because Bavila was very clear about be careful about...
Okay, I was always taught to never use vinegar, like metal utensils when working with vinegar anyway. Like that's just how I was taught unless you're like doing like canning.
You can use stainless steel. But
just
that,
to be safe, I was told
again, I'm just mentioning that because of like for pickling. That is why I know that is you can use stainless steel, but you absolutely do not want to use any other version of steel and any other like aluminum, metal, or any alloys because you just don't know and you don't want to take that risk. Bavila was very clear about only use a wooden spoon to spoon out your, and his like was just baking soda and essential oils. Like he was recommending lavender. However, I would not use lavender in my toilet bowl because lavender in baby boys causes them to grow breasts in literally 7 days of use. Wow. Real lavender, like in lotion, or moisturizing oils, will cause little baby boys to start growing breasts. So again, I would not want to mess with Tom's hormones. And I would, if I were going to use, which I really don't feel like you have to use essential oils in a toilet bowl cleanser, partly because, you know, I have poopery. So I'm not worried about the smell of my toilet bowl. I'm just trying to clean it. But again, it's a wild world out there if you're just trying to keep a clean house, y'all. But be careful with peracetic acid. Also, if you mix ammonia and bleach, you will make poison gas.
Yes.
That was used in World War I. Remember, I have a story about accidentally making that when I was a teenager.
Yes. It will put you in the hospital. They can put you in the hospital.
The corn stalks on my corn broom. It ate half of my broom. Before I realized, however, it did get all the grime off of the stovetop. Anyway, I don't recommend that. Don't do that. It was thankfully I had taken the stovetop outside to do this. I think
that's actually how my grandma, one of my grandmas ended up in the hospital. She was doing cleaning for somebody and she accidentally mixed chemicals she wasn't supposed to. She's like, I did not intend to do this. As she's in the hospital with an oxygen mask on.
Mm-hmm.
She's okay now.
So, just wanted to like mention my adventures in research. And I found yet another combination of cleansers you don't want to mix because you'll accidentally poison yourself. Be careful.
Yeah.
But I still want you all to like live happy lives without, having to worry about forever chemicals. So just a heads up. I did not actually mix hydrogen peroxide and vinegar. I just read about it and was like, oh, how did I miss this one? I have never thought to mix baby wipes with Windex. That sounds concerning.
Oh, for like windows? Don't do that. Use paper towel. Or newspaper.
Is it Windex ammonia base? Like, doesn't it have ammonia in it? Like the original Windex anyway?
I have no idea.
I mean, I like Windex.
I would like to state that
baby wipes are Windex, not together.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, what happens? Do tell. What are other ways we could accidentally poison ourselves?
Yeah.
I like to keep up.
So we don't do it.
Yeah. Also, as writers, you never know when you're going to need to have a little bit of knowledge in your back pocket. Also, speaking of people poisoning themselves, how about the Swedish and that licorice that they like? That you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Have you missed out?
Isn't it poisonous if you have too much?
I think it's ammonia based. Hold on,
I'm pretty sure.
Humans be wild. Humans be the ones who are like, this is a poison. Let me have a cup of it every day. When I wake up.
Yeah, it's a salty licorice. It's not a sweet licorice.
It's called salted licorice, and it is ammonia based, says Tom.
Yes. Ammonium chloride. Here, I have found a wonderful Vice article. Yay, Vice.
In the chat.
Yep, there is your Vice article. Beloved by Swedes, reviled by everyone else. It's so, and I guess, this type of salty liquor, the ammonium chloride, is forbidden in food products. And the Swedes could not join the EU because of this. They were like, you will take our salty liquor from our cold dead hands. So the EU had to make a special exemption and say it's okay in small amounts, but only for people over the age of 13. So that's right. I don't believe the Swedes have an age minimum on beer, but they do have an age minimum on salty licorice. So children would not accidentally poison themselves with this very real chemical.
Wow, I'm reading this article and people eat this?
Yep.
Ay. Human beings.
Overconsumption will raise your blood pressure and make you not be able to control your bowel movements.
Oh.
And they love it. Yes. Disturb your sodium balance.
As a person who already has a problem with their intestines, I'll avoid it with my life.
So, as writers, I think it's important for us to discuss, chemicals. Because, like you can't like okay, so for instance, what if you wrote a story where like a killer uses ammonium chloride? There would be a subset of your possible readers who'd be like, that's nothing. We literally eat more ammonium chloride than that on a weekly basis because
It builds immunity.
in Sweden, Saturday is licorice day. Like all of Sweden eats licorice on Saturdays. They actually, that's when they eat all their candy is on Saturdays. And they've been like this for several generations because I don't remember if it was, I think it was right after World War II. Just to give you an idea, the Swedes are not necessarily the kindest of people. They experimented on their own patients in long-term hospitals and asylums.
Of course they did.
So the mentally and physically disabled, they experimented on them to find out, is there any safe amount of sugar to consume that won't cause excessive cavities? And and we're talking like it was over 20 years. I think it was 30 years of experimentation on people to see, like, to monitor their cavity growth, like where they did not treat the cavities of the mentally ill and disabled in these homes, in these hospitals. But there is the knowledge of it now. And so I think it was like in the late 60s, early 70s, they started implementing it in Swedish schools and throughout the country of encouraging that children only eat candy on Saturdays, like one day of the week, because they found that that was like, yes, you can have sweets. We know children are going to have sweets no matter what we do. Like they're going to find access. They love it. It's just how children are.
Adults are the same way.
Simple carb seeking creatures. It's just the way it is. Most adults can resist the urge, but why would you? And so they found is to have the least number of extra cavities. If you only eat sweets one day out of the week and you just binge sweets, that is what's best to have the most minimal amount of extra cavities. And so in Sweden, like there literally would be broadcasts on the TV Saturday morning to remind people, today is Sweets Day. Please go to your local candy store and eat all the sweets you want.
Wow.
Only for today, and then be sure to brush your teeth after. And so it is a tradition in Swedish homes now for a couple generations. And so that's why Sweden has so many candy stores. Because they actually have so many more candy stores than almost any other country. And it's because, it's essentially a one day only kind of store, one day out of the week. And the children will go and they will fill up their little baggies and for like 4 hours just only eat candy. And they found that when you have this sort of like a binge fast sort of mentality about candy, overall it reduces the overall amount of candy a person consumes in their week, month, year.
Mm-hmm.
So it is actually good for you to just get it out of your system one day of the week where you just eat all the candy you want for a couple hours and then you're done. But yeah, that is also when the adults then consume their salty licorice. So I gather Saturday night is when people have cardiac issues at the hospitals in Sweden, since excessive amounts will give you heart problems. But yeah, I watched a couple short documentaries, including a BBC documentary about the salty licorice and the Swedish candy stores and what is up with Swedish Saturday Candy Day.
Hmm.
And it's based on very...
It sounds like a good time.
Yeah. So it's one of those things to kind of think about. I don't think it's like such a bad idea if we as Americans, for instance, and Canadians, adopted a view of all the candy you want for 4 hours on Saturdays. Just binge to your heart's content, whatever you want. Go get it, eat it. You eat all the pastries, all the cake, whatever you want. Eat it for 4 hours on Saturdays. So that's often apparently like it's a Swedish thing for children to fill up their little candy bag. Right, because you pay for Swedish candies by the pound or kilo, and also have one soda And so I'm like, ooh, can you imagine the gas? All that acidic
Oh man.
candy, gummies, and then drinking soda. That'll give you a tummy ache for sure. But apparently, it really does reduce excess cavities too. So it's something to think about. Also, I recently read that candy is not as bad for your teeth as crackers, because candy dissolves quicker and
That's what I was thinking. Like
no residue, like because it fully dissolves. But
crackers will get in the crevices.
will stay in the crevices for hours and hours, and even up to a day. And so you'll have growth. And so it's something to kind of think about. Of things aren't black and white, but it's more of being kind of aware of when you're eating things that maybe are less great for your teeth, that you essentially binge it and then you abstain from it the rest of the time rather than nibbling all the time for days and days. Yeah, Saturday afternoon buffets. In the Deep South, that is how buffets are crazy busy Saturday afternoons. Because the rest of the time, a lot of people, particularly in the country, just eat a primarily vegetable-based diet. Vegetable and grain, rice, grits, bread. Yeah. And they use meat as a flavoring agent, but not as like a main course. And then you go to these buffets, you come in, what people in the country, Mississippi, do is they drive into the big city. And I know nobody else would consider our cities. They would consider them, I don't know, hamlets. But you drive into the city and you do all your shopping, and you then go to the buffet, and you do that once a week. That is how, culturally it's done.
I mean, that is a very American thing to do.
But like, if you think about it, like having one, say, afternoon, and like when you stay at the buffet, they don't like go in and out. They're not in and out in less than an hour.
No.
Like they linger. People will linger, and they will truly eat to their heart's content everything they want to eat. And they'll sit and chat with the other people they're shopping with or the people they're meeting up with at the buffet. So they'll be there easily 2.5 hours. Easy. And then they leave and maybe finish shopping. Like often they'll go to the grocery stores or like Sam's Club to get the frozen groceries last, and then drive back to their homes out in the country that are like a half hour to an hour away. And that's normal here, since it's so rural. Like the whole state is rural. But if you think about like eating all the like naughty foods, sodas and all the junk food and everything, and the high sodium, high fat, all the deep fried foods, if you're really primarily only doing it once a week, that's not such a bad option for your health, because the human body is kind of better developed for a binge and fast situation than for all the time eating like fried food every single day nonstop for months.
I'm gonna skedaddle and take Roy for a walk.
Okay.
Well,
enjoy your walk.
It's about time for another sprint anyway. So
Bye.
Good luck on the street bread.
I've been listening to this song on repeat. It's called Keep On Keeping On by Bleached. I really like Bleached, but the music video for this is it's a pretty good music video. I posted it into Charlie's Discord in their Brock music channel in case anyone is interested in listening to it, but it has been on repeat in my my house for a while now.
I saw a reel of a squirrel that had half of a grilled cheese sandwich.
I had a grilled cheese sandwich for lunch.
It was a very pretty grilled cheese, and it was like, hey, I mean, like we're talking, it was a nice looking squirrel, but it was actually a rather big piece of grilled cheese.
Yeah. That's
And I was
funny.
like, you live your life, squirrel. Good for you. Hope you're
Get
not lactose intolerant. But anyhow, let's go ahead and get this sprint loaded up. Aren't all of these timers so pretty that Laura made?
They're gorgeous.
Yes.
I just think they're so pretty. I love them. Okay. All right. Well, good luck, everybody. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep beep. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome back to those who are back.
I'm back. I was just dealing with pain management.
That's important.
How's that going?
Well, I was explaining to Sean that my 800 milligrams that I've been prescribed, it acts like a 200 milligram for me because I'm so used to pain meds. So yeah, we're gonna see how that works. And then I have some roll-on CBD stuff, so I put some of that on as well.
Mm-hmm. I made bagel.
Ooh, bagel.
Asiago.
Ooh, yummy.
You're just getting commentary and like an occasional arm.
Where is Cat gonna sleep tonight?
I will clear my bed off. I also have to make it still because I took my sheets off
Ah.
because I washed them. The floor. I'm going to sleep on the floor.
They say it's good for your back.
Nah, I do not. I don't buy this bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know how much I believe it either.
Like, I'm not saying it's not good for your back. I will say it is
As long
not
as
good
you
for my
also have
back.
pillows to adjust your body to where it's supposed to be, yes, it can be good for your back. But you also have to have pillows strategically placed along your body
Mm-hmm.
for it to work. Which actually, I don't remember the exact way you're supposed to do it. I have a cousin who she had back surgery, so she had to start having all these pillows, and she's like, "Damn, it does make a difference." But she's like, "Yeah, you need like a pillow here, here, and here." I'm like, "What? Why do you?" I know one goes between your legs.
Mm. Makes sense.
I always need something under my knees because my butt is so big. Yep. It is very complicated to massage pregnant people so that you don't accidentally kill them or the baby.
Yeah.
It is serious business. It's like you wouldn't think that massaging a pregnant person could be life-threatening, but human bodies are wild.
Wow.
Good tip, Tom. Good tip.
I haven't been to a massage place since over a year ago, at least. And I feel it in my soul. I'm one of those people who needs a massage every month, every week, preferably.
Hey, I need a massage every week, so I imagine you are in the same boat, Megan.
Yeah, no, every week would be lovely, but
I'm very lucky that I have such a knowledgeable person at home who cannot escape me. In fairness, what he needs from me in return is just to squishy him. He's like, it's like being squished by an enormous teddy bear. When I lay on top of him, like, on the couch.
Mhm.
I am very well petted.
Siblings.
I have been doing it for decades.
Sometimes I forget that I'm a sibling, but then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not an only child.
Just feels that way.
Well, yeah, especially since I don't talk to any of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I could be, for all anyone knows.
Mm-hmm.
I totally probably just ended up putting glitter on my face. That's fine.
Awkward.
Pain, why are you?
Because pain.
Sorry, you're in pain. I can relate.
I don't handle pain well, which is inconvenient when you have a chronic pain problem.
I've been dealing with pain so long, like pretty much since my first memory is of being in pain.
Mm.
When I was a toddler. And so I have gotten good at dissociating from it. However, my body likes to remind me. And one of the ways it reminds me that I am actually in a lot of pain is I cough.
Mm.
And it's just from pain. It's a way my neurology deals with the overstimulation of the nerves from pain. And it is a tell. So, however, I still pushed ahead and I made the coleslaw for tomorrow.
Woo, coleslaw.
I mean, it helps that you can now buy in the grocery store chopped coleslaw just like from KFC. And it's very affordable.
I don't like KFC's coleslaw.
I love their coleslaw.
I like
I can eat coleslaw.
I will eat it a lot.
Yes.
Of
I like
coleslaw, but
coleslaw.
it's disappointing to me because I've had my mom make really good coleslaw growing up. All the food she made growing up was really good, but the coleslaw I would have her make me just a tub of it just for me because I would eat that much of it.
You could always try to reverse engineer what you think the recipe was.
Yeah, I wish I could remember or even think of what would be in it. I know there's a lot of vinegar in it because that's why I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know she bought one of those packs, but I don't know which packs and from which store.
So you're going to make a lot of attempts at coleslaw.
Look, that's not a bad way to get some of your vegetables in.
Yeah, I do love coleslaw.
Is you could look up vinegar-based coleslaw recipes.
Mhm.
And then just buy the bagged, just something that looks good at the grocery store. Because there's like the angel hair,
Mhm.
where it's very fine, and then there's the more chunky shreds.
Yeah, which is I think is how my mom used to. She'd get those.
And then it's just a matter of like, which vinegar do you think it was?
I think. Well, she switched it up. I knew that for sometimes it was. Sometimes I think it was like white vinegar mixed with another vinegar. Sometimes I think it was apple cider vinegar, and I don't know what the other vinegar would be.
White balsamic or
Maybe.
white wine vinegar?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you could get some, like, you could get a vinegar every time you buy a bag of coleslaw, and it's like, we gonna try another version. And you just taste as you go.
Hmm.
And, keep notes, like, in a notebook. That's what I do. Like, I
Mhm.
literally,
You have
this is
Notion.
literally my working coleslaw recipe. Which you will note, I have marked out the Greek yogurt
Ooh,
because Tom said it tasted chalky. And I have now substituted sour cream.
yummy.
And so this time we're trying sour cream, and we'll see if that still tastes chalky.
Hmm.
And if it does, I'll just take the sour cream out entirely and just do mayonnaise and vinegar.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's like lemon juice and apple cider vinegar.
Mm.
So my dad made coleslaw literally by taking the coleslaw mix bag and ranch, and that was coleslaw. He might have thrown one or two other, I think he might have thrown some like seasonings in, but yeah, man.
Yeah. But I mean, Megan, you have taste buds.
Yeah.
You can start figuring it out of like, okay, with coleslaw, you need an acid,
Mhm.
you need a salt. It's up to you whether you need a sugar. Sugar is useful in coleslaw because it counteracts the bitterness of cabbage.
Hmm.
And that's actually why people use sugar.
Mm.
Now, you can use a very little sugar because you're just trying to counteract the bitterness.
Yeah.
Or you can use a bit more, like mine, which is like truly, it's a sweeter coleslaw
Hmm.
because it's truly no bitterness.
Hmm.
But you're gonna need, and then ideally you need an oil, like even olive oil or vegetable oil. Here's why: you do not want to consume vegetables without any oil because the human body really struggles to pull the nutrients out of vegetables if there's no oil in with the vegetable.
Mm.
So you would want at least a little bit of oil in the coleslaw, but of course you could use olive oil or grapeseed oil, anything, and you don't have to use a lot of oil, but you do want a couple tablespoons of oil in there just so your body can actually pull the nutrients out of the coleslaw. I was about to say, because I just noticed.
I was working on it.
I noticed that Megan was like, and I'm like, what's going on? What is this? Megan has already taken it back. Okay. We're in good hands with Megan. Also, you might discover that while you figured out your mom's coleslaw recipes, you have in that process found that you tweaked it to the way you find that you like it best. That's what I love about cooking, is it is naturally empowering to the maker of the food. Because why would you make it in a way that you don't want to eat it?
Yeah.
Unless I'm making it for somebody
Unless
else,
you're cooking for toddlers.
for them.
If you're cooking for toddlers, it's different. And if you're cooking for somebody who has food sensitivities or food allergies, I get it. But especially if you're cooking for yourself, you should be cooking for yourself exactly how you want it. What I love about coleslaw, it's no cooking required. It's just literally mixing in a bowl. Open the bag, dump the coleslaw, stir it up, put the lid on, put it in the fridge, let it sit there and think about its thoughts for a couple hours to a day. That's what I love.
I got my email to go get something from the hub.
Okay.
I'm tempted to just leave it till tomorrow.
Well, I'm just like, should we do another sprint so you can go sprint off?
So, sure, but so my doctor just messaged me. They had approved me to do a sleep study at the college near here, but then they notified my doctor that they were at capacity and could not accept my referral. So they requested a new authorization for my insurance, and my insurance was like, "Sure, you can do it at the college," and my doctor's like, no, it's full. So they're gonna try again. I'm like really impressed that they're so communicative with me about everything going on with things. I'm not used to that. Not all doctors are like that.
That's true. Mine aren't, unfortunately. Megan really does give me hope of there's like competent medical professionals out there somewhere.
I was talking to my therapist today and about how like drastically different my experience has been than other people's, because I wasn't gaslit by doctors. I wasn't gaslit by like family and friends. Everybody was like, yeah, shit, you was sick. We got you. Do you need a hug? Let me send you a bunch of food you can't eat. My damn
family.
My sister. Eventually, she will get it. Eventually. Or like foods I don't even like. And like, when has she ever seen me eat pistachios? Drink Pepsi?
She's just trying to feed your roommate.
Apparently. I'm just like, you're obviously not trying to feed me. The mystery Pop-Tarts. They weren't like, I knew the flavors, but like the Pop-Tart saga. Those I did eat. Well, not the Eggo ones. I only had one of those and I gave the rest to Caitlin. They weren't my jam. The grape ones are in my self-care box now.
Nice.
My knee hurts.
You want to sit?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said money, not your knee.
No.
I was like, yeah, money hurts. I feel that. Like,
yeah, money hurts. I agree.
That's
a valid
or at least the lack
sentiment.
of money. Like the hole it leaves in my life.
It actually hurts less if I stand like this.
What are you doing, Nessie? Why were you in my bathroom?
I don't know what I did. I'm pretty sure I was sitting weird in my chair and moved my leg wrong on Monday, and that caused me.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Especially because it's like here on my knee is the part that hurts. But also, this is a knee that like hurts randomly because of what I did to this child. I never went to the doctor for her.
Who needs ACLs? I ask you.
Who needs a knee? I wouldn't be surprised if at one point in my childhood I actually fractured my kneecap at some point because of how many times I bashed into the concrete.
Ow.
Yeah. Every single year at the family reunion, the same knee.
Literally, I felt my colon squitch up. My body. Like, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, my knee has a bunch of like scars all over it. Would you like to know how they cleaned it? Jack Daniels. My dad just poured Jack straight on my knee.
How?
Yeah, I screamed real loud.
I bet.
And then my great grandma across the thing was, "What are you doing to that baby?" And then my dad yelled, "I'm cleaning her knee."
Well, I also learned from a reel from a doctor. It was an ER doctor, and he's like, public service announcement. If you have a wound, do not use hydrogen peroxide on it every day. He's like, it's understandable that you would use hydrogen peroxide on the first day if it was very dirty. And that is the way that I have only ever seen it used or been told to use it, is like when you scrape your knee. Like like I'd fall off a bike or something, and it's like, yeah, run hydrogen peroxide over to literally clean gravel out of it.
They had literal drinking alcohol, so that's what they used.
But
it worked.
Do not use it any day after that, because the nature of hydrogen peroxide actually retards healing on your skin, which means you're keeping your wound open longer, which means that you are more likely to get an infection. So he's like, I just had somebody come into the ER who had this huge open wound because he's like, well, I've been washing it with hydrogen peroxide every day. Like, oh my God, don't do that for 2 weeks.
Ooh.
Like, no, don't do that. But like, I've never,
like, I've done it like around a wound, like to like get dirt away from it, but never directly.
Back on like the first day to clean it out, especially if you see visible dirt.
Yeah,
absolutely, you can use hydrogen peroxide the very first day, and then do not use it again on that wound. And yeah, I've never used it on like for a second day on a wound. Because what I do is, especially for scrapes, skid knees, that kind of, I've fallen all the time, is, running the hydrogen peroxide to like physically clean the dirt out, letting that dry, and then either bandaging loosely, or if it's not that big, putting a little Neosporin on the skin directly around the wound, but not in the wound, and then bandaging loosely. Because again, you also want it to breathe a little bit, not a lot, but just, you don't want it like flush against the wound.
We always swore by
scab,
vaccine.
Yeah, you want that scab to form.
Yeah.
That scab is safety against increased infection from an open wound. And that's how I've always done it, and how I was taught to do it with like scraped knees and other, minor injuries, not injuries where you need stitches.
Yeah.
But just, like when you're out hiking and you fall and, like a couple little spots, rocks, got in there and broke your skin, and, you're going to need to treat that. Like that kind of wound. It has never occurred to me to use hydrogen peroxide every single day on a wound. Like, oh, that seems mad. I really did not value the emergency medical training I received as a child in Girl Scouts, and that my mother had received when she was in Girl Scouts. Like, I just thought everybody got this.
We didn't get it in our Girl Scouts. I got it from my mother.
And like all the boys got it in Boy Scouts. So Tom only lasted like a couple months in Boy Scouts. He didn't last longer because of the bullying and also the food poisoning.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, he vomited projectile vomit for 3 days, and when he had gone camping with them, they returned him after the first day of projectile vomiting. Like, he was vomiting every 30 minutes. 4 hours, and I'm like, yes, I'm glad you brought him back. And then it was like sitting with him. He was like a child. He was like 8 or 9. And I was the one who took care of him all weekend till he stopped the vomiting. It took all weekend. It was some serious. I have since found out that kind of projectile vomiting and doing it for days is called the norovirus. And it definitely comes from mishandled food. You can also get it actually from other people's projectile vomit. Because apparently it can live on hard surfaces like cabinets for up to 3 weeks.
Oh,
wow.
Even with bleach.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's impressive.
Which is why norovirus, up until the pandemic, norovirus was the thing you were most likely to catch on a cruise ship. Because surfaces. It's all surfaces and no sunlight.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yes, UVC light will sterilize it. So it doesn't actually remove it. It just prevents the norovirus from replicating, which to me is the equivalent. Like, if it can't make more of itself, it's fine. It's not gonna do anything. Technically, you're infected, but you're not like getting worse.
Mhm.
So, so that was pretty much the end of Tom's Boy Scout career, because I was like, what kind of people don't know how to wash? However, I was just, and yes, my Google feed is always like, hey, are you aware of more food safety news? Which is why some of y'all may have seen articles I've sent you.
Yeah.
Megan, I did almost send you that one about the food poisoning and the Hello Fresh boxes.
Oh man.
But yes, apparently E. coli fresh boxes has
Oof.
become a concern for the FDA or the USDA, excuse me. Especially
the
after
state of Charlie and Brian's HelloFresh boxes that they got.
Well, the USDA is paying more attention to these subscription food boxes, you know, the uncooked food. After, so there, I can't remember the brand, but there was a vegan food subscription box that people all over the country got such serious food poisoning that several people had to have their appendix removed.
Ooh.
And other such concerns. And it was from a bag of these lentil bites.
Oh wow.
That, yeah, some serious listeria. Like, like when you have to have organs removed, that is serious business.
Yeah.
That is a serious infection. So, yes, I hope I don't annoy any of y'all when I do send you food safety articles. It's just more like, hey, did you know?
I'd rather know about the thing happening with the crops that are in stores in Michigan. It's a good thing I don't really buy that many fresh vegetables.
I just send it just in case it's somehow, you know, like, so, you know, I sent the thing with the whole, Wendy's in the Michigan and Ohio area.
Yeah.
Just in case, so you'd know. That's all.
I like Wendy's. I mean, I shouldn't have the lettuce, but I have it anyway.
Yeah, I just saw an article headline in my news feed about, so the Wendy's lettuce sickened over 100 people at last count.
Ow.
Yeah. And the article I'd sent Kat was, it was a produce farm company in Michigan that got shut the hell down because there was human waste remnants on the produce.
How? Why? I don't want to know, but
yeah, you don't want to know. But essentially everything on that farm was seized by the Michigan government. But a bunch of their produce, because they sold bagged produce, like bagged lettuce, bagged other things, went to a whole bunch of grocery stores in part of Michigan.
Oh, wow.
So, it's just one of those of, hey, do you know about this? Because I'm a bit of a food safety geek.
Mm-hmm.
I should totally share that on my Facebook, actually.
Yeah, I would recommend. Just so, because, life is already
tough.
You don't need to have the risk of getting diseases, communicable diseases like hepatitis A and Listeria and E. coli and Salmonella from your vegetables that you are expected to eat raw, such as carrots and lettuce and onions. You're not expecting that from a local source. Okay, it's one thing when your fruits and vegetables are coming from another country and you're like, well, maybe they don't have the same regulations, but we do have the regulations here in America. And there was still a farm in Michigan going, why not just reuse our gray water?
Oof.
No, it's not. Food safety is
That's how it works.
Children are served this and they do not have the immune systems to handle, even a light case of food poisoning. It's bad, let alone the elderly and people who are immunocompromised.
Yeah.
They don't need that. Anyhow, how about we do one last sprinty sprint?
Sure. I'm probably going to disappear during the sprint.
Yeah, to go join the.
Yes, I kind of
I
think.
should probably disappear before the sprint. So I will say goodbye now.
Okay.
See you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later. Good luck, everybody. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me.
So I went and got my package. They didn't put it in a bag or in a box. It was literally this with plastic on it. And like my address. Just slapped. Not a box, not a bag. Just the thing.
Just the thing.
So how'd you do? What'd you do there in the spring?
I chatted with Tom. I discussed with Tom being ready for both Shabbos tomorrow as well as Sunday's drag brunch. Since he bought tickets.
Nice.
He's like, are you going to even be able to go? I'm like, I am going to take care of myself so I can go. I'm going.
So random thing I thought was really kind of cool about the app that I have, because I have a smart entrance door thingy now and thermostat. The app has an option, because I can control both of those things from my phone, but it has a Shabbos setting. So when you turn that on, you can't use the app to do any of it. You have to manually do it. I was like, that's really awesome that they included that in the app.
Yeah, that is nice.
Like, they did not have to do that, but they were considerate enough to do that.
Mm-hmm. Some stove oven combinations come with a Shabbos setting.
That's pretty cool.
As do refrigerators. And what that means is a Shabbos setting on your refrigerator means that the light stays on for 25 hours. Or sometimes 30 hours. And it's because you're not supposed to, which I have my own opinions about this stuff, but you're not supposed to flip a switch or cause electricity to start working, like something to turn on due to electricity, because that is the equivalent of working. And so think about it, if you open the refrigerator door, the light turns on.
You've turned on.
Yeah, even though you didn't flip a switch, you have caused it to, do this.
Technically, you've unflipped a switch.
That is still part of it. Like turning a switch off is also. So, and so it's just the light stays on inside of the refrigerator.
But electricity bill.
A refrigerator light bulb is not using a whole lot of electricity.
Oh no, I just meant electricity bills in general when you have lights in your house.
You going to live in the dark? It gets kind of dicey.
I have opinions, but I'm not Jewish. So apparently, I have a Jewish name, as you have informed me.
Yep.
It's weird that they're not over here anymore.
It is weird.
We don't like it.
I did post a link. There's the link.
I'm gonna die so many times.
Yep.
So many times.
There's the link. They are live right now. We encourage you to jump ship and
go to YouTube.
Go over there. And we will end broadcast here. And then we will keep talking behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
So, goodbye, everybody. See you Saturday, where I do Self-Care Saturday, and various people join me. And We put on facial masks for our skin. We also do more writing sprints or whatever sprints to get things accomplished.
Self-care sprints.
Self-care sprints, yes. And we do the things or the not things as is appropriate for self-care.
Yep.
And that starts at 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. So, goodbye, everybody. Mwah, mwah. Bye. See you later.